for your patience and welcome to TUSD's governing board meeting. It's Tuesday, January 25th. Can I ask for a roll call vote to establish quorum, please?
Yes. Ms. Counts?
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here.
Dr. Robbie? Here. Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Ms. Grijalva?
Here. Is Dr. Ravi able to indicate that he's here?
He did.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So all five of us are present. We're going to go ahead and move forward with the agenda. I want to thank you all for your patience. And the first item is land acknowledgements. And so do we have Marisa Valenzuela available?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you, Marisa. Can I brag a little bit about you, please? Marisa is a senior at Santa Rita High School. Marisa is Pascuayaki senior student at Santa Rita High School. She is dual enrollment student with Pima Community College, as well as a member of the National Honor Society. Marisa will be attending the University of Arizona, where she plans to enter the College of Fine Arts to study film and television. While minoring, my screen died, I'm sorry. While minoring in journalism. After college, she hopes to become a journalist to inform people about the happenings in her community. Welcome, Marisa, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Can we go ahead and pull that up for Marisa? Great. Whenever you're ready, Marisa.
Okay. So, on behalf of the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Marisa Valenzuela, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pascuayaki tribe.
Marisa, thank you so much for joining us and for reading that. I know you're a senior, and so you have a lot of stuff going on. And so we very much appreciate you joining us. How are things going this year, your last year?
It's going great, senior year, so a lot of stress.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm doing good, with my school and everything.
Well, we wish you lots of luck, and I'm sure one of us will be there to cheer you on as you get your diploma.
Thank you.
So thank you. Good luck at the U of A and the rest of your senior year.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Gabriela Romo, and I see her right there, her little smiling face. Gabriela is in 4th grade at Lenorquidis, and Gabriela is an outstanding student. She's an active cheerleader, and she's secretary of student council. Thank you, Gabriela, for joining us and your willingness to read the Pledge of Allegiance. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right. So whenever you're ready, we are ready. And if we can all stand, or as we can, and let Gabriela read the pledge. Go ahead, Gabriela.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. How is school going for you?
Good.
Yeah? You're liking 4th grade?
Yeah, it's gotten harder, but sooner, when we've been practicing more, it's gotten easier.
Oh, good. What has been getting harder?
Math, but the more that we do it and the more that we pay attention, the easier it gets, so.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. Those are all skills that are good for everything and will help you to continue to be a really good student. Thank you for taking time out this Tuesday evening to read the pledge for us. We really appreciate it and wish you lots of luck in the rest of the school year.
Yep, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Goodbye. I have to say, one of my favorite parts of our board meetings is having students come. It helps us to get centered on what's important. Okay, so Dr. Trujillo, agenda adjustments. Do we have any?
Yes, President Grijalva, I'd like to move item 8.1, our COVID readiness update, to immediately follow the call to the audience.
Okay. Any other recommendations? All right. Any opposition boards that we're in favor of moving that? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Ross, should I do a vote just to acknowledge it, or just ask for opposition and go ahead and do it administratively? I've done it both ways, and I want to make sure that I'm following best practice.
Ms. Grijalva, that's one of those items that you can ask for unanimous consent, or just ask if there's any objection, since it's a procedural item.
I think we're all good then. Okay, thank you. Dr. Trujillo, awards and recognition.
President Grijalva, members of the governing board, this is definitely my favorite part of the meeting, being able to recognize all of the amazing work our students do across the district and the educators that guide and mentor them. So I'm going to ask Jean, if you can manage the slideshow, we'll go ahead and get started with our first recognition. The National Board Certification process is one of the toughest, most arduous, most challenging areas of certification that a teacher can pursue. It's also the pinnacle achievement of the teaching profession. It is unquestionably one of the highest distinctions in education. Not only is the process impactful professional development for our teachers, but our students benefit as well. Research shows that students with board certified teachers learn more than their peers without nationally board certified teachers. And this positive impact is even greater for students of low income. We are delighted and excited to announce that 8 teachers achieved or maintained the prestigious designation of Nationally Board Certified Teacher on December 11th, 2021, shortly before we broke for the semester. So I'd like to congratulate our Nationally Board Certified Teachers. Rachel Broom, English Language Arts and Early Adolescence, she renewed her National Board Certification, and she serves the district proudly at University High. Gabriela Chai, English as a Second Language teacher in early and middle childhood. She renewed her National Board Certified Teacher, and she proudly serves the Linorkides community. Deborah Dimmick, English Language Arts and Early Adolescence. She renewed her National Board Certification, and she serves Badger Nation at Tucson High. Erin Duncan, Early Childhood Generalist, renewed National Board Certification and proudly serves the Miles Early Learning community. Nina Jolly, Early Childhood Generalist, renewed her National Board Certification and serves the Peter Howell community. Timothy Malin, Science and Early Adolescence, renewed National Board Certification and proudly serves Wakefield Middle School. Patricia Perez, Early Childhood Generalist, renewed National Board Certification and serves the Pueblo Gardens Pre-K-8 community. Jacqueline Stencil, Social Studies and Early Adolescence, renewed National Board Certification and serves the Vale Middle School community. Karen White, Early Childhood Generalist, newly minted Nationally Board Certified Teacher, and she proudly serves the Holiday Magnet community. So I want to congratulate all of our Nationally Board Certified Teachers for their successful renewal. In the case of Nina Jolly and Karen White, new to the ranks of the Nationally Board Certified Teacher workforce here in Tucson Unified. Congratulations, all of you. We are so extremely proud of you and everything that you bring to our district and service to kids each and every day. Our next recognition is for the Tucson High boys basketball team. The Badgers won the Epic Journeys New Year Classic. They beat Snowflake, Fountain Hills, Seton Catholic, and North Canyon High Schools, respectively. The team used it as a bonding experience, and they are currently 12-3. They're off to a tremendous start in the basketball season. So congratulations, Badgers. Our next recognition, as we stay in Badger country, is for the Tucson High soccer team. The boys team won the Brandon Bean Invitational. They beat Ironwood Ridge, Catalina, Rincon, University, Flowing Wells, and Sunnyside in that tournament. They only gave up 2 goals throughout the competition. They are currently undefeated with a record of 14-0. Let's go Badgers. They're also, just like their basketball counterparts, off to an absolutely wonderful start. This next recognition gives us an opportunity to recognize some hardworking district office leaders. Purchasing department recently, we have 2 team members that have been distinguished with the NIGP Leaders Edge Award. It's a transformational leadership development program for mid-senior level procurement professionals. It is a fully immersive, competency-based leadership development experience that begins with individual assessments, where they discover insights into their own emotional intelligence and communication styles and how that impacts their roles as leaders. The program includes many opportunities to hear from industry leaders, network with peers, problem solve, and apply concepts to participants' specific roles. Congratulations to our purchasing director, Diana Kierfoot, and her department team member, Teresa Chapman, both hailing from the purchasing department as they completed their 3rd annual NIPG Leaders Edge 6-month-long program. So always great to recognize the great work of our district office team as well. Our next recognition is for the Synergy Achievement Award. So for over 35 years, the leadership of EduPoint Educational Systems has provided well-designed, technologically advanced student data management systems that empower K-12 stakeholders to improve student achievement. Synergy Educational Platform by EduPoint is an industry-leading student data management ecosystem which integrates student information management, learning management, multi-tiered systems of support known as MTSS, assessment, special education management, and analytics. The 2021 award program received nominations from EduPoint partner districts of all sizes from coast to coast. Tucson Unified School District was one of 4 districts that was selected as winners to be awarded a $2,500 technology grant. So congratulations to the district for being distinguished amongst the EduPoint Synergy schools. And our last recognition is for our hardworking finance department. They recently received the Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from GFOA, which stands for the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. They've awarded the Certificate of Achievement in Excellence in Financial Reporting to the Tucson Unified School District for its comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal years ended June 30th, 2020. The report has been judged by an impartial panel to meet the highest standards of the program, which includes demonstrating a constructive spirit of full disclosure to clearly communicate its financial story and motivate potential users and user groups to read the report. The Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in the area of governmental accounting and financial reporting, and its attainment represents a significant accomplishment by a government and its management. I'd like to personally congratulate our financial department. They work extremely hard in what I believe to be one of the most highly scrutinized, financially at least, districts in the state of Arizona, and they do an absolutely amazing job engaging with all of the different stakeholder groups and government entities that report on TUSD's financial transactions and our financial status. So congratulations again, Finance Department. President Grijalva, members of the governing board, that concludes the awards and recognitions for the evening.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Now we're on board member activity reports. Board members?
President Grijalva.
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you. Back on December 16th, I attended the winter commencement at Santa Rita High School, and it was a nice small gathering, but it was also, I think, a really wonderful gathering that even though the students perhaps weren't at their home schools, the same excitement was there, and it was just really nice to see, and the same enthusiasm given from the district about their achievements was nice to be a part of. So that's what I have to report.
Thank you. Other board members? Dr. Robbie and then Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, President. Right. Sorry about that.
Oh, there you go. Mm-hmm.
Throughout the district. Back in November, I was able to attend Maldonado Elementary School's inauguration of their learning garden and got to see students throughout the school come out to learn about like the plants they were and the vegetables they were planting and create the gardens themselves, and it was a great process to see that in person. In December, I was able to meet families at Carrillo Elementary School for Las Pasadas Festival before the holidays, and also was able to get tours of our Tucson High Magnet School as well as Vale Middle School. So really had a great opportunity to see some of the great programming in both those locations. And of course, the highlight of my fall was being able to go to Lineweaver and see my daughter perform in her violin concert outdoors, and I'm so thankful for the Lineweaver team to create a safe environment for a concert to happen in an outdoor setting, and to see her in her fourth grade class perform the violin with my twins and our family was a really good experience. So I really appreciated that.
Good. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Ms. Grajova. Yeah, I also was able to visit Lineweaver for my daughter's and all of her peers' performance with music. We saw choir, orchestra, and recorders, which my daughter participated in that. And it's just amazing to see how much all the students are growing and learning, thanks to all the great work the teachers there are doing. Also, I was able to attend the winter commencement with Miss Luna Rose at Santa Rita High School, and congratulations to all of those graduates and those that helped them to get there. More recently, I had a tour of Miles where I got to meet with Miss Ross and talk about how things are going over there. I also had an extensive tour of Mansfeld, led by their principal, Mr. Van Schie. And it was amazing to see how active the students were during their lunch hour. Like, I saw volleyball happening, basketball, even jump roping, and it was almost, I thought I was in a PE class, but it was just like normal day at Mansfeld, so that was fabulous. He also showed me how well that school is doing as far as integrating technology into their curriculum. So that was very exciting. Not only that, but I visited Tucson High School and had the privilege of sitting in with their student council class led by Mr. Fenwald. The students there are very active in their leadership roles as members of student council, and they were using Robert's rules during their meeting, which was just incredible to see, and they had a really good grasp of it as well, so hats off to them. The students there also shared with me how things are going at Tucson High and how they feel about teacher shortages and all this COVID crisis. I just wanted to briefly share a few of those statements provided to me by the students. The lecture halls are chaos. We do nothing in there. I've had days with no teacher. I feel like I've lost a lot of learning. I haven't learned anything. I might fail my AP classes. I've noticed a decrease in energy from my teachers, and it feels like we have fourth quarter type of energy. Sometimes we just sit in classrooms by ourselves. Someone will come in and take attendance, though. There's no teachers, so no reason to do anything. There's kids missing left and right. Contact tracing is not happening. And finally, many of them shared that teachers have expressed that they're not sure how long that they could hold on with these conditions. Oh, one more thing. One student shared that they hadn't been able to see their counselor this month because they are filling in for teachers. And I know that we've heard that also from a staff member at Pueblo, that counselors filling in, it's starting to impact the students' mental health. And so I really hope that we can address those.
So, Ms. Shaw, I just want to make sure that we focused on what your activities are, and then we have a COVID item. You're welcome to continue to share that. I just want to make sure we're not violating what's posted on the agenda item.
Of course, yeah. I'm just sharing what was told in that student council classroom. Let's see. Not only that, but yeah, we're going to talk about this later, but I did reach out to Pima County Health Department Director Dr. Cullen, asking her to keep a closer eye on those schools in TUSD that are having the worst COVID numbers and staff shortages, and she did confirm with me that, it's not in her purview to close schools and move them remote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other board members? Okay. And thank you to Ms. Luna Rose and Ms. Shaw for representing us at the graduation commencement. And I saw Ms. Luna Rose and Dr. Robbie from afar at Carrillo. I think it's nice to see you all. I was running around being, crazy parent videotaping and stuff. So I'm glad that we've all had an opportunity to see our children in activities that we haven't seen them in a long time. I was able to be a chaperone for an outdoor field trip with my child, and I had to pause and say, gosh, it's been 2.5 years since I've been able to do this. So I know that we're all, during the surge, doing what we can to support all of the children in the district. And I want to thank you all for all of the visits and interaction that you're having with schools. I think it's incredibly important. Okay, so now we're on to call to the audience. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Luna Rose. I do want to say that we had, I believe the number that we had an excess of the number of people that wanted to speak a call to the audience. So staff moved up students into call to the audience. So we're going to hear from students first, and then pulled somebody from at least every topic that wanted to be discussed. And then when we get to the end of 20 minutes, staff will let us know how many speakers are left. And then this board can decide whether we want to extend the call or not. Okay? Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you, Ms. Grijalva. During the call to the audience, the board clerk will recognize speakers and maintain order by setting appropriate limitations. The governing board is committed to the safety of the entire TUSD community. In order to observe the recommended safeguards for reducing the rate of spread of COVID-19, the following procedures related to the call to the audience portion of board meetings will be observed. All public comments for the meeting were accepted in written form. Public comments will be read into the record by the program coordinator of staff services to the governing board. Our staff will make sure each board member receives a copy. At the conclusion of the call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if individual board members wish to respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the board, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. By law, at most, 2 board members can address any single issue raised during the call to the audience. And our first speaker this evening is Ms. Alaya Bailey.
Hello, to whom it may concern. My name is Alaya Bailey, and I'm the sophomore historian at Tucson High Magnet School. I wanted to reach out and express what has been like being a high schooler during this time. As everyone is aware, COVID cases have been rising steadily with more than 220,000 positive tests in Pima County alone. With these ever-increasing positive COVID cases, students and teachers alike are experiencing the costly effects. Tucson High uses a block schedule, and students only end up seeing their teachers 3 times a week. For this past month, every Wednesday and Friday, I haven't had any teachers in my scheduled classes due to absences. One of my teachers has recently come back after recovering from COVID, but another is still out with it, and the other teacher quit. Many of my classes are missing on average 8 to 10 students per day due to COVID cases. Our library has been closed for the past 3 weeks due to the sudden resignation of our librarian. Even the teachers who are staying because they don't want to leave in the middle of a semester are talking about leaving next year. I am very sympathetic to the teachers who are staying despite the difficult and unfair conditions they are facing, but can't even begin to convey how catastrophic a massive shortage of educators would be. Moreover, counselors, support staff, and security are being voluntold to sub and fill in for classes due to the amount of teacher absences, and the classes they can't cover are all being sent to the lecture hall. Some students have told me about being in there for the entire day. As I'm sure you are all aware, this isn't just an isolated situation as depicted on our local news with our UHS. It's also happening at many other TUSD high schools. The schools are doing the best they can, but things look bleak, and it's hard to be motivated and hopeful for better times when looking into the face of uncertainty. There's been a talk of going back to online learning floating around, and conversely, how we definitely won't be going back online. So many things are being said and still don't definitely know what's true, and nothing is changing or getting better. We want to hear from the board. We want to have some sort of idea of what's going to happen. Disappointing or not, it's better than being anxious about not knowing. Thank you for this opportunity to share some of my thoughts, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Aaliyah Bailey, Tucson High Magnet School.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gianna Palomares.
Dear Governing Board, hello, my name is Gianna Palomares. I am a junior at Tucson High Magnet School. I believe we should go back to online school. My reasoning for this is because it's a very simple solution to stop the spread of COVID-19. I also think it's a good way for people to get their own time while doing work and being less distracted by others. Other positive and good outcomes of online school is that people who have hard times getting to school, like always late and having hard times finding a ride, it would be an easier solution to just stay home and do school there. Students would have to get computers or devices from the school, like how it was during quarantine. I think that was a good thing about online was that you didn't have to carry around bags with heavy computers or books. The only bad effect about online is if you don't get technology, it'll be difficult to do things if you don't have someone who does understand technology to help you. My last reasoning for online school is that it would overall be better for everyone's health, which includes mental health too. Thank you, Gianna Palomares.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kimberly Lamadrid.
Dear TUSD School Board members, President Adelita Grijalva, Clerk Natalie Luna Rose, Leila Counts, Sadie Shaw, and Dr. Ravi Gravosha. My name is Kimberly, and I'm emailing you as a third-year member of the TUSD community. I work as a counselor at Pueblo High School, where COVID-19 has devastated our learning environment. As such, I am writing today to seek your immediate help on behalf of our students, staff, and broader Southern Arizona community. During the 4-day school week from 1/18 to 1/21, Pueblo High School reported the largest number of COVID-19 cases in the entire district, 76. Just 1 week prior, we had 82 positive cases in a single day. This is only what has been reported to school health services, where we lack a full-time nurse and by no means is an accurate representation of how the latest COVID-19 surge has negatively impacted our community. For example, I had 5 students last week reach out to me about homework due to being quarantined following a positive COVID test. Now students in crisis have limited access to the support staff who they may need most because those staff have been pulled from their regular duties as a result of the TUSD tiered student supervision framework that was created in response to increasing staff shortages due to COVID-19 illness. Indeed, COVID-19 has infiltrated our custodial staff, the very folks we rely on to clean our facilities during a pandemic, one that continues to take the lives of our most vulnerable due to the virus's high transmissibility through contact and infected surfaces and airborne droplets. Pima County is entirely in the red on its COVID-19 progress report. In the last year, the only time COVID-19 cases were higher was in January 2021, when TUSD classes were remote. Even this data, as reported by the county, is now delayed due to staffing shortages. Until we know more about disease data, healthcare system availability, and public health tracking and prevention, I implore the board to take additional precautions to protect our exceptionally unique TUSD community. Please support TEA priorities to assure all staff, including non-classroom teachers and support staff, are recognized and fairly compensated for additional work during this crisis. Alleviate non-essential work while sites navigate COVID-19 and staffing crisis, allowing us to focus on better supporting our students. Commit to temporarily closing a school to in-person offerings if the site has unsafe staffing levels or a COVID-19 outbreak on campus for the health and safety of all our students and staff. Thank you for taking the time to read my email. I look forward to hearing the steps TUSD will take to be a leader in the Arizona community and how it plans to protect its members from the harms of future COVID-19 spread from the Omicron variant or any others that might soon emerge. Sincerely, Kimberly Lamadrid.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dolores de Vera.
Governing board members, tonight you have a study action item regarding 2 rounds of retention stipends. Last April, you approved retention stipends that sounded very good, but it turned out that the proposal had ambiguous and contradictory language as it applied to subs. The April proposal said half-time to full-time equivalent employees would receive $1,200. What administration failed to explicitly tell you is that they felt full-time equivalent substitute teachers only deserved $300, the same amount given to those who work very few hours. It should not surprise you that full-time daily subs, including some who worked full-time as proctors prior to vaccine availability, were upset when we received retention stipends of $300, while people who worked a lot fewer days or hours than we did received $600 and $1,200. Tonight's proposal looks like it is more fair to subs, but you have trained me well not to trust administrative proposals and to look for the loopholes they will use not to treat us fairly. So I will point out that tonight's proposal also has ambiguous language. Specifically, it says long-term substitutes, daily substitute teachers, and employees in supplemental positions that work 45 days or more from January 3rd, 2022 to May 26, 2022 would receive up to $1,000. Board members, I hope you will ask why admin are including the phrase up to in their proposal. Does that mean a sub who works 90 days will receive $1,000 and one who works 45 days will receive $501? Are long-term subs going to receive more than daily subs who work 90 days? Are they using that phrase because they are reserving the right to lower the amount for everyone? Or maybe just some employees should budget crunch develop? On what basis are they going to judge who deserves $1,000 and who deserves less? In the April meeting, you did not ask how a supplemental position differs from a FTE position. We subs have not received a clear definition of this. Tonight's proposal awards an employee who is 0.5 to 0.49 FTE up to $500. Who is hired as a 0.05 FTE? Administrators, consultants, crossing guards? How much work does a 0.05 FTE employee do in a semester? I'm guessing that's an employee who works 2 hours per week over 18 weeks, so maybe 36 hours total in a semester. But meanwhile, under this proposal, subs who work 24 out of 90 days, 0.26 FTE, considerably more than a 0.05 FTE, are not eligible for any stipend at all. Maybe there's a good reason for the inequity, but I'd like it publicly explained. We have not received a reason to justify why our full-time work has treated inequitably last year.
Excuse me, Ms. Peña.
As a matter of
Ms. Peña, the 3 minutes are up for this comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you. Next speaker is Nancy Gutierrez.
Hello, governing board members. My name is Nancy Gutierrez. I teach yoga at Tucson High and have for the past 9 years. We are in crisis mode right now with the pandemic and so many teachers and students ill and out of school. In most of my classes, I have 20 to 50% absent each day. Some students tell the school that they are out with COVID, others don't. Our numbers on the dashboard do not reflect what is truly happening in our school. I am grateful for the mask mandate. I would not have returned to my teaching position without one. I am also grateful that you are requiring testing for non-vaccinated staff members in an effort to keep everyone safe. I ask that we take this a step further and hold no in-person meetings through spring break. All parent-teacher conferences should be virtual, as should all IEP and 504 meetings. We should not have any additional people on campus at this time. In addition to the virtual meetings, I am asking that our PD time is given to teachers as work time to contact students and parents, do our prep and plan with our colleagues. We are not getting this time with our prep periods because many of us are helping fill vacancies when teachers are out sick. Today, Tucson High has 41 classes that need a substitute. This is not sustainable. It is also important that anyone who is taking over classes be compensated for that. It does not matter what their position is at the school. If they are being asked to fill in for a teacher, they should be paid to do so. Thank you for considering these very small requests. This year is incredibly stressful and draining, and we are doing our best for our students, but we need your help. Something must give, and if we continue to do things as we have been doing them, I fear that we will have many more teachers resign. Sincerely, Nancy Gutierrez.
Thank you. Next speaker is James Fenewald.
Dear Governing Board members, my name is James Fenewald. I am the Student Council Advisor and an art teacher at Tucson High Magnet School. I am writing on behalf of my colleagues and the substitute shortage crisis. The school employs many positions for a reason. We have counselors who deal with the crisis on a daily basis. We have support specialists to check in with students daily. And we have admin assistants who provide numerous important roles to our school and so many others. These support staff have recently been being pulled from their positions and put in classrooms to substitute for teachers who are out. They are missing valuable time in their positions, which affects our students directly. These people aren't even being paid for substituting. I'm asking the governing board to look at policies regarding substituting and how pay is distributed and how our staff is being used to cover missing classes. Please find a system that works for everyone and compensation that reflects the work that these staff are being asked to do. Please pay support staff loss of planning just as a teacher would when they are asked to do a job of a teacher. Thank you for your time, James Fenewald.
Thank you. Next speaker is Juan Roblejo.
Dear President Grijalva, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Trujillo. My name is Juan Urbalejo, and I am respectfully reaching out to you not in a combative or argumentative tone, but with the tone of a concerned parent whose children attend and participate in extracurricular activities at Pueblo High School. I have spoken with several parents at the school who share the same concerns for the health and safety of students attending Pueblo High School. Below is a list of concerns. The boiler room at the Lever Gym does not adequately function to heat up the facilities. The football field is not properly maintained and huge water leaks have been reported on the field. I've also spoken with several individuals from coaches to students at the school, and they mentioned there have been numerous work orders and requests to repair or replace the boiler to no avail nor success. During winter sports, both male and female students haven't been able to use the facility properly to take adequate hot showers, and due to no heating, the gym is freezing while students participate in games for both basketball and wrestling. That said, I am requesting the boiler be replaced by a new unit. Furthermore, I am recommending an overall audit of the school facility be conducted, that the need to keep addressing these same issues are not recurring themes. Water pipes, sprinkler system, doors to restroom stalls for privacy, all working toilets, sinks, working lights in band room. In summary, I ask each of you as the board members to discuss in quorum concerns for the health and safety of all students at Pueblo High School. Below is series for discussion and seek some answers to the following questions. How many school engineers are maintaining the school? Would more personnel help to reduce negligence? When was the last time the facilities at Pueblo were assessed by an engineer for health and safety? Again, I kindly remind you that the reasons for this email is to point out my concerns as a parent, and I would like to extend an invitation to help resolve these issues along with other parents who have students enrolled at Pueblo High School. Together, we can come up with solutions to bring upgrade facilities to Pueblo High School through various avenues such as the renovation of the North Gym. Respectfully, Mr. Urbalejo, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Hoig, Ms. Vaughn, Ms. Rojas, Ms. Cota, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Durazo, and other parents that are included in this email as well.
Thank you. Ms. Grijalva, we've come to the point where we've hit all the subjects. Oh, we've got 4 more minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can do one more then. And then we can decide after that. Okay, the next letter is from Michael Boreale.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Michael Boreal, and as many of you know, I am the Executive Director of Educational Leaders Incorporated, better known as ELI. ELI is the employee group representing principals, assistant principals, school psychologists, and research project managers. I am writing regarding agenda item 8.2, addressing salary compression and employee retention stipends. While ELI has no issue with the core purpose of this item, included within the material is a proposal to switch from the district's current grade and step salary schedule to a new pay band salary calculation. These pay band proposals have not been properly negotiated with ELI or other employee groups. Our current grade and step schedules are embedded in our meet and confer agreements with the district. Therefore, any changes to the method of calculating and assigning pay rates should be part of the meet and confer negotiation process. In some cases, the low end of the pay ranges presented to the board are below the current step 1 of the salary schedule. If TUSD has difficulty recruiting talented personnel at current pay rates, how would reducing the entry-level salary help? The short answer is it will not and may actually hurt hiring efforts. ELI is happy to meet and confer over these proposed changes and provide feedback to mutually fashion a salary schedule that works best for everyone. We respectfully request that the board defer consideration of the pay range proposal until the employee groups have been provided with a meaningful opportunity to contribute. Thank you, Michael Boreal.
Thank you.
I think you can call on one more, Ms. Luna Rose.
Okay.
We're too shy of it.
And this letter is comments from Margaret Chan.
Good evening, members of the governing board. We find ourselves once again anxiety-ridden and exhausted in the middle of another viral surge. While there is little we can do about the evolution of this pandemic, we mutually seek appropriate responses to staffing shortages and ways to keep each other safe. We also are challenged by the task of retaining our amazing staff through this trying time. On the issue of retention, we understand tonight there will be a study item related to handling compression. We are happy to see this work being done, as this has long been a concern for TEA. We do, however, have questions regarding how HR's plan was arrived at and why such an important piece in our employee agreement is presumed to be changed without us. To be clear, we absolutely favor raising the minimum wage and addressing compression this year. But it is more than fair to ask how minimums and maximum wages were arrived at, discuss job title changes, and to have the opportunity to review Mike Weatherly's firm's report, of which we understand this plan is based off. We commit to doing this collaborative work with the district urgently, but we will not accept language and pay scales being imposed on our members and the agreements we have worked so hard to develop. Please note, TEA has not agreed to a stepless salary schedule, as HR has brought forward, and we are frankly taken aback by comments last week that HR had already been implementing a stepless schedule. Now, regarding the recent rise in COVID cases and staffing concerns, we appreciate the effort of this district to keep educators and students safe. Our district has been following the science and continuing mask and mitigation policies. We thank you for your efforts on this. Last week, district leadership outlined a tiered staffing plan to help assure sites can safely supervise students amid growing staff absences due to COVID and unfilled positions. We appreciate the options this plan gives sites, but need to point out 2 areas the plan does not address. First, the plan addresses staffing. It does not address increased mitigation that may be necessary if a site is experiencing an outbreak. Second, this plan continues to ask more of an already overburdened workforce. If we are serious about the retention of our staff, this must be considered. To that end, TEA asks that this board to work with TEA on the following priorities as we navigate this COVID surge and the remaining school year. 1, assure all staff, including non-classroom teachers and support staff, are recognized and fairly compensated for additional work during this crisis and fix compressed wages so we can retain our staff. 2, alleviate non-essential work while sites navigate COVID and staffing crisis, allowing us to focus on supporting our students' academic and SEL needs. 3, for the health and safety of all students and staff, commit to temporarily closing a school if the site has unsafe staffing levels or a COVID outbreak on campus. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to continuing to work with this board and district leadership to keep our schools safe, healthy, and open for in-person learning. Sincerely, Margaret Chan, TEA President.
Okay, thank you. Board members, we've reached 20 minutes. As this is a special meeting, that's the allotted time for call to the audience. Michelle or Yolanda, how many speakers or do we have left?
Ms. Grijalva, members
Yes.
of the board, we have 10 left, and the last 2 speakers, the subjects have been covered. So we technically
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
We have 10 speakers left, and the last 2 on the list are subjects that have been covered already.
Okay. So board members, that would be about 30 minutes. Do we want to move? We still have a long agenda. Do we want to move on, or do we want, again, we're going to get copies of all of the narrative.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the call to the audience.
Okay. That motion dies for lack of a second. So we're going to go ahead and move on, and then staff, can you make sure that we get all of the comments? And we appreciate everyone reaching out to the board.
Yes, we will.
Thank you. Dr. Trujillo, I know you wanted to go to 8.1. I know that that's going to be a long item. I'm wondering if we could entertain moving forward with 7.2, unless that is, unless that item is going to be covered by staff that are going to be here throughout the meeting.
We can cover item 7.2 would be fairly quick. Yeah, I think we can cover that.
Board members, if it's okay with the rest of you, item 7.2 is a proclamation of February 2022 as Career and Technical Education Month in Tucson Unified. And we usually have teachers that come on to kind of either participate in the proclamation. And so I'm wondering if we would be in favor of moving that item up before 8.1. Is there any objection to that? Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Trujillo, item 7.2.
Yes, President Grijalva, members of the governing board, the Tucson Unified School District is proud to be one of the home to one of the largest career and technical education populations in the state. And thanks to the exceptional work of our senior program coordinator, Mr. McCollum, and his team, we continue to be. And so we're proudly here to ask for the governing board support to proclaim the month of February CTE month in the Tucson Unified School District. Mr. McCollum.
Good evening, President Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, and Mr. Ross. Career technical education in Tucson Unified School District is a vital part of our students' college and career high school experience. We want to commend, and I'll tell you what, our teachers have done an outstanding job working with our students in these trying times. We want to just commend them and what they've done for our kids, and just be very positive about the academic environment they have provided for our students. So without further ado, let me go ahead and read our proclamation. Whereas February 1st through the 28th, 2022 has been designated Career and Technical Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education. And whereas career and technical education offers students the opportunity to gain academic, technical, and employability skills necessary for true career readiness. And whereas students in career and technical education programs participate in authentic, meaningful experiences that improve the quality of their education and increase their engagement and achievement. And whereas career and technical education provides students with career exploration opportunities earlier in their educational experience, which enables them to make informed and beneficial decisions about their academic coursework and pursue established programs of study and career pathways. And whereas leaders from business and industry nationwide report increasing challenges related to addressing the skills gap and connecting qualified professionals with available careers in critical and growing CTE-related fields, including healthcare, energy, advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity, and information technology. And whereas career and technical education prepares students for these and other fulfilling careers by offering integrated programs of study that link secondary and post-secondary education and lead to the attainment of industry-recognized credentials. And whereas career and technical education programs ensure that employees have access to a qualified and thriving workforce, ensuring America is a strong and competitive economy. Therefore, we are asking the governing board of Tucson Unified School District to hereby proclaim February 2022 as Career and Technical Education Month. Thank you.
Ms. Grijalva, I'd like to move the item.
Thank you, Ms. Counts.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Luna Rose. And thank you, Mr. McCullum, for reading that. So I'll go ahead. We have a motion in a second. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, the board votes unanimously. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Trujillo, we are now going to your recommended item next of 8.1. The item, I'm sorry, and if board, if you could go ahead and vote online, please. 8.1 is Tucson Unified School District COVID-19 District Readiness and Response Update, January 11th through January 25th.
Yes, President Grijalva, members of the governing board. One aspect of tonight's COVID readiness and response update is going to be a discussion about school closure options before we get into the COVID-19 task force recommendations. Part of that discussion may necessitate some legal advice that could necessitate some time in executive session upon request by any of our board members or general counsel. So I just wanted to make that caveat as we go through the discussion on school closure authority and options, and a look at our own internal policy about emergency school closures.
Dr. Trujillo, I see Dr. Ravi's hand went up.
Yes.
Thank you, President Grijalva. I'd like to make a motion to move to executive session so we can get our legal questions answered with legal advice from our attorneys with regard to authority to close schools under ARS 38-41.03A3.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so item passes 4-1. Yolanda or Michelle, can you send us our executive session link so we can go right back into that, and it's at the top of our emails? And so for the public, we're going to go ahead and pause. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and pause the public meeting, go into executive session for some legal advice, and then we'll be back out to continue on 8.1. All right. Thank you for your patience.
Testing.
Test.
Test.
Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone. We're back in public, and we're on item 8.1. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Grijalva, members of the governing board. This is our COVID readiness and response update for the last few weeks. So we do have a few items that we want to turn it over to our presenters, Leslie and Mr. Young, Ms. Lenhart, to take us through an update on where the administration is with regard to the board's new policy regarding mandatory testing for unvaccinated employees, as well as we'll hear from Mr. Aronoff, our Associate General Counsel, regarding the impact of the recent Supreme Court ruling on the Biden administration's testing mandate for non-vaccinated employees, or vaccine mandate for employers, how that impacts the governing board's newest policy. And then we'll conclude the item with a review of the governing board's options, our existing policy around school closures. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Young, Ms. Lenhart.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, President Grijalva, Board Clerk Luna Rose, board members, Dr. Trujillo, Mr. Ross, and staff. As Dr. Trujillo suggested, we're going to update you on some of the things that have happened the last few weeks with the COVID plan. Jean, next slide. So just quickly, our agenda, we will talk about the ability to get COVID tests, the antigen tests that we have been receiving from ADHS and Concentric. We'll give an update on our Qualtrics vaccine attestation. We will also talk about our weekly COVID testing plan for unvaccinated employees, and then review the changes to policy GBGCC and the COVID quarantine protocols. Next slide. So we have shared publicly on our website, our COVID pages, the ability, since the government came out and provided a link for anyone to order up to 4 in-home personal tests for their household. So we wanted to share the link here, as well as it is on our TUSD COVID page, available for anybody to use. Next slide. And then concentric pool testing. So several things have happened with this the last few weeks. As you may be aware, testing, Finex Now testing has been challenging to get, but fortunately, because of our partnership with Concentric and ADHS, we have had enough tests in our district to continue to support our pool testing, as well as all of our school needs the last few weeks, even though we've had as you all know, quite a surge in the number of people that we've needed to test. Because of the large testing pool that we have, we are one of the largest in the states in Arizona with Concentric. ADHS and Concentric put us into a federal government testing program that allowed us to receive a monthly shipment of Binax Now tests. This is a one-time shipment, and then so that ADHS can get their inventory rebuilt, and we will get our first shipment on Friday of about 31,000 tests. So that will help us for the month of February as we continue through this surge. And then if for some reason we were to need additional tests, ADHS has committed that they will supplement anything that we need for the weeks to come. But we believe that will carry us through at least February, and then we'll see where our numbers are for testing. Next slide. So we wanted to give an update on the vaccine attestation and where we are. So thus far, we've received a little over 6,000 responses from our employees as of last week. Remember, every day there's a few more coming in, so this isn't totally up to date through today. But as of last week, we had 56% of our employees that have responded, 3,931, that have been both vaccinated and received the booster. Another 1,708, or 25%, that have also received the vaccine. So that gives us 81% of the people who have responded, of our employees, that either have at least the vaccine, and many have the booster. We have a small percentage that were incomplete, which means they started the survey, but they didn't finish it, so we're going back and reconnecting with them. We have 410 employees, or 6%, that have said they are not vaccinated at this time, but of which only 282, or 4%, don't plan to be vaccinated at this time. And then we have another 901 who we are in the process of, who are what we consider our non-responders. Those are people who, many of which may not use their TUSD email often, so someone like a bus driver or a monitor or a crossing guard. So we are working to reach out to them this week and to their supervisors to help them get their survey in, or let them know what the testing process will be. Next slide. And then as far as we are still in the process of finalizing and reviewing some of our records that have been submitted by our employees. Part of this challenge has been that many of the vaccine cards that are submitted are hard to read and will not be read automatically by the software. So we're having to manually go through and look at every single record, so all over 6,000 of them, and make sure that they are approved and that they're providing the correct information. So with this, we plan to complete that process this week so that we can start the testing process for our unvaccinated employees starting next Monday, the 31st. We'll be sharing information on how that process works with them in the next few days, but I'll talk through what we'll be doing there. And then we expect that the initial stipend payout will happen in late February, looking at the February 25th payroll. Next slide. So the testing plan for our unvaccinated employees. So the way this will work is every Monday, anyone who is considered unvaccinated or has not submitted any information to us will receive a weekly email with a link to complete their and submit their testing information for that week. They have two options, as we've talked about. They can use our Concentric pool testing plan, or they can go to an outside service, whether it's be a pharmacy or a Pima County site, whatever they'd like to get their own test. If they use our TUSD Concentric plan, when they go to test at their facility, they will receive a testing card, which you'll see on the bottom left-hand side. It is unique for every week, so they can't be copied or anything by anyone. That they that will be filled out. The Concentric people will help provide, confirm where they tested, the date they tested, and sign it. Those will be then collected by the Vestra staff and then provided to the test champion. The test champion is our contact at our school who help to look at the data that we get back every week from Concentric of which pools are positive, and then help to organize who needs a follow-up test. The second day after we get any positive pools back, everyone in those pools test, as you all know, and the test champion will then go through those test results and then the cards and determine and mark who is in a positive pool, if they tested positive or negative, or if they're in a negative pool, and then they will approve it and sign it, and then they will give it back to those individuals who then have to upload them into the Qualtrics system by no later than Friday morning. Next slide. And then the process is similar, but not completely the same for someone who uses an outside resource. So they receive the same link or a unique link for them to upload their information into Qualtrics. They then go and get their test at whatever resource they'd like to use. When they get their test results, they just have to upload their results no later than Friday morning into the Qualtrics system. Next slide. And then this is just a reminder, as we had talked about at the last board meeting, of the couple changes that we made to policy GBGCC, where we adjusted our protocols for quarantine and isolation to be in step with ADHS and Pima County, where if someone were to test positive, we've adjusted from a 10-day quarantine or isolation, to 5 days. If they are asymptomatic, anyone who tests positive, they still need to isolate for 5 days, but then they can return to work on day 6 with wearing a mask, which is, since we are mask required, that's not a problem. And then if they are symptomatic employees who test positive, isolation adjusts again to 5 days, but the caveat to that is they could only, only return on day 6 if they have gone 24 hours without a fever and that their symptoms are improving. Next slide. And then this is the protocol chart, or one of them. We have 2 versions that Dr. Ravi had shared with us that we used as our guide from ADHS to create our own chart that is specific to TUSD, outlining the protocols of if you test positive versus if you are exposed. And that's it. Next slide. Any questions?
Board members, any questions? I don't see any questions on this slide. And I think it's important that we identify if someone tests positive, is that day 0? Is that day 1? I think the graphic that you sent out later was helpful in kind of identifying that. But that information coming sooner would be really helpful, I think, because people were still in this, since we changed that protocol, 3 times in a semester?
Yes.
Easy for people to not, wonder what we did from one meeting to the next. And so timely, really succinct. The graphic was very helpful. That kind of updating that graphic, I think, if changes come, is really helpful, because that was easy to send people to, if this, then that, like little arrows. I think that's very helpful. But narrate, just words, kind of, people can interpret a little differently. So
absolutely. Well, now that we have that graphic, we will certainly use it as our guide.
Absolutely. And I think in general, that's very helpful. Yep. And there it is. Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Lenhart? We can always ask questions later at the end too. Okay, go ahead. Dr. Trujillo?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very, very much, Leslie and Mr. Young. And now I want to go ahead and do a quick screen share, if you will, Jean, if I'm able to do the screen sharing. That's great. As I mentioned at the top of the item, since our return from winter break on January 4th, the majority of the questions and inquiries I've had coming from the community and certainly from the media have pertained to long-term closure of the district or moving the district as a whole into remote learning or closing it indefinitely. And I've handled those questions from the assumption that those questions pertain specifically to that type of closure. That was a mistake on my part. My role as superintendent is to provide the clarity of information necessary for the community to understand the decisions that we make, the rationale for the decisions that we make, the decision-making process that governing board members are engaged in. And while, thankfully, we're not here talking about conditions right now that will require the district to close any of its schools, thankfully, we're in great staffing shape across the district this week, way better than we were last week. It's still important to make sure that I have that opportunity tonight to really provide the clarity and the detail and the thorough nature of the options that we have around school closures in terms of what we're able to do as a district, as a superintendent, and as a board, and the stuff that's kind of out of our purview. So wanted to just take a few moments tonight to take a look at the governing board's loan policy around school closures. And our policy, which is policy ID, it's posted as an attachment, really limits the ability of the superintendent, really, who's named in the policy. It's a mechanism that the superintendent has to close schools or delay the opening of schools or release schools early for emergency reasons to safeguard the health and safety of students and staff members. We have used this policy in the past for very, very short-term operational closures or operational reasons, incidents, situations that have compromised the safety of students and staff at schools. This morning was an example. We had some really, really horrific vandalism at Kelland with conditions that were not safe. We used this policy, it's fairly routine, to notify the parents that there would be no school for today. Thankfully, school's back in action tomorrow. We've also used this policy to address a variety of operational challenges in neighborhoods, broken water mains, busted water lines, plumbing issues, electrical failures, power outages. We are limited to 2 days. What our own policy does not allow us to do is pursue a longer term closure of the district. The second part of our policy requires the governing board or the district to apply to the Arizona Department of Education for authorization if the district excuses students from attendance or effectively closes a school for longer than 2 days. And at the top of the list is widespread illness. Now, this portion of our policy does require that approval with the Arizona Department of Education because modifications to the existing school calendar that was submitted to ADE at the beginning of the year need to be reported, and ADE would need to review those modifications to determine whether or not instructional minute requirements were not met and whether or not we would have to submit a new calendar. Outside of this policy, what is absent and what is not in this policy is the governing board or the superintendent's ability to declare a public health emergency, to declare closure to prevent the spread of communicable diseases, or as a mitigation effort for COVID-19 or any other kind of infectious disease or virus. It has been and continues to be, upon the legal advice of our general counsel, it continues to be our legal interpretation that The only other outside entity from this policy that we have right now that could invoke that kind of a long-term closure based off of measures necessary to slow or prevent the spread of communicable or infectious diseases would be the Arizona Department of Health Services under Arizona Revised Statute 36136. Outside of that, we have this policy that limits our ability to close schools to 48 hours, largely for those operational reasons. What we need guidance here, or at least discussion from the governing board here tonight, is what's not addressed in this policy is whether or not moving a school or a district to remote learning or to our approved remote learning structure, which is TUVA, does that constitute closure? Or does it not, or does it constitute a closure? That's what the administration is here. The administration is hesitant to make that assumption outside of a public meeting with the governing board. We want to make sure that the board at least discusses the matter and discusses any possible policy adjustments to this existing policy to allow a school or the district itself to move to remote learning if necessary. A move to remote learning does close the physical building. It does close in-person learning. So it certainly could be construed as closure, which is why we wanted to bring it forth this evening. And that's the guidance and the discussion that the administration is seeking here this evening with regard to this policy as it relates to being able to close the district on a longer term basis, either a school, a group of schools, or the district itself for the reasons that we talked about. With that, I'll throw it open to board discussion.
Dr. Trujillo, do you have criteria? Because I know I've had conversations with Pima County Health Department leadership, Dr. Garcia and Dr. Cullen, and both, I was asking, like, what is the criteria that you would use to recommend closure because of spread of COVID? Like, is there a percentage? Because we've had some schools with really high numbers of children out with contact tracing requirements, and also with COVID staff with the same situation. Do we have, or have we established, because I think every school is unique in this position, we can't make a statement and say, if 50% of the teaching staff is out at a certain school, you have to close schools. Because some schools can deal with that differently than others. Do we have criteria? Have we established? I know that I've heard about different levels of assistance and help. Can you talk a little bit about what guidance our site administration has at this point?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about that. We have not used this policy at all, and this is the only policy for closure that we have. We have not used this policy at all to address mitigation, meaning we haven't used this policy to take the step of closing a school that's fully staffed, where the attendance rates are healthy and above 85–90%. We've not used this policy to say such a school needs to close down as a preventative mitigation effort because the school's located in a community of high spread. We haven't used this policy for that reason, for the reasons that we talked about, of that not being in our purview. What we have used this policy for is to assess operational conditions that allow a school to open and maintain a safe environment, staffing levels. So what we have done is we've been able to establish a tiered framework that we've communicated to principals, and we're going to adjust it a little bit as we meet with principals tomorrow, that establishes essentially 3 tiers of responses to teacher absenteeism or employee absenteeism. The first step is getting available subs and being able to make sure that we have classes covered with our subs that are available to pick up jobs, or internal subs, those teachers that are willing to work for the additional supplemental pay to cover a period during the prep period. If those steps don't handle the absenteeism and don't cover all the classes necessary, then a school administration then goes to the second phase. Do they have available space with a teacher at the same grade level that might be able to absorb the class for the day? so that instruction can go ahead and continue. If that is not an option and the class size is just too big, then the school then has to graduate to level 3, which is utilizing some of the common spaces that a school may have, a cafeteria, an auditorium lobby, a multi-purpose room, to supervise kids, be able to spread them out, and to be able to call for district assistants, dispatch district administrators to help with supervision. It's at that phase where if you still don't have spaces for kids and you run out of adults, we've been looking at closure on a school-by-school basis. That's a situation that would qualify for this policy, where we don't have the necessary staffing for that day to be able to guarantee a safe environment. We would close, not for reasons of COVID, but for the operational emergency that it would be. One of the tweaks that we've made to that policy is that we're going to limit any time that a school spends supervising kids in these common areas to just one day only. And if the principal sees the staffing situation is the same, with the same amount of staff members out or even more the next day, we're going to allow the principal to make a determination for their respective school as to whether or not they'll need to close for a second day in a row for operational reasons. And they'll be assessing a variety of conditions, available space, infection rates, number of staff members that are currently in isolation or quarantine, number of staff members that are due to come back the next day. Those are the types of conditions that we feel we need to give them a stronger voice on the ground. So that's the bulk of the work that's been done, President Grijalva, members of the board, regarding a criteria, looking at that sensitive aspect as to whether a school would stay open staffing. Thankfully today, it's been our best day in the last almost 10 in terms of teacher absenteeism. There wasn't a school in the entire district today that had to use any of the common spaces. So that's good, and hopefully that will continue.
Thank you. Do you have more of the presentation, or do you want us to discuss specifically this issue right now?
Yeah, we really want a discussion about how the board feels about moving a school or the district or a group of schools into remote learning, and if that constitutes the definition of a closure. If the board determines that changing the instructional format and moving a school or schools into remote learning is not closure, then that interpretation does not subject us to the 2-day limitation. That's problematic in this policy. And that's really what we're here, and I think is the most important part of this discussion.
Okay, board members, want to discuss this? I think that I agree with the policy that you've been outlining as far as we go to subs first, we look at the capacity within the school to support the classroom. But if that's not possible, and I think dispatching central staff should happen before there's consideration of common areas. And then once that happens, if it looks like it's going to be ongoing, which was the case in some schools last week and the week before, I do think that that's when closure makes sense. And for me, I want to make sure that we're very clear on what closure means. That means that the school's closed, there's no instruction, there's no remote, it's closed, it's one day, kind of like Calon right now. And then when we're talking about remote options, I don't know, I think we just need to continue to explore that. So any comments, board members? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Ms. Grijalva. I think it's rather disappointing that we're still centering staffing shortages over the cause of these shortages, which is a COVID-19 outbreak. We do have a matrix that speaks to outbreaks and how we should handle them, and I'm wondering if someone could pull it up, EBE2T, which once it's pulled up, you'll see there's a low, medium, and high risk level with recommendations of how we should proceed. And so, you know, of course, if there's staffing shortages and high numbers of COVID, like perhaps we have to close the schools while we onboard remote. But I think when we've been speaking about this, it's always been with the understanding that we would not close the schools as like a snow day, but move to close them to go to remote learning for a short period of time. EBE2T. Does anyone have that available?
Dr. Trujillo, while
Yeah.
they're bringing that up, Ms. Shaw.
Oh,
So while Board Member Shaw brings up the regulation graph, I can speak to it before it hits the screen. At the very last level, when a community is in widespread community transmission, one of the recommendations is to explore the possibility of closure and the possibility of assigning 14 days of remote instruction, which returns to the essential question of the evening. Does the governing board feel comfortable looking at this policy and saying moving an entire school, in this case for 14 days or a group of schools for 14 days, doesn't fit the definition of closure? I'm asking the board to understand that for me to make that assumption unilaterally as a superintendent without having the public discussion is very, very high risk. I need to make sure that the governing board is interpreting it the same way because it's not written in our policy and certainly could be interpreted, which is why we're having the discussion here today, as getting around mandatory school closure requirements.
Yeah, and I don't know that anyone has even discussed like 14-day at this point. Just, I mean, I haven't heard it. Do we have the policy yet? Or that Ms. Shaw's requesting?
I could pull it up if that's...
If you can email it to Gene, then he can pull it up.
Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Ravi, while they're bringing that item up, did you want to ask a question or comment? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
If you can move the mic closer, that would be great. Go ahead.
Sure. My first statement was that all of us have the ability to share our screens. So if you have it pulled up, Board Member Shaw, you can share your own screen as well. So I just want to say I'm really hesitant on using suspension of in-person learning as a COVID mitigation strategy. I haven't seen good evidence on the public health front that a significant portion of our spread is happening within our schools. And my concern is if we close our schools for in-person learning and go remote, that might actually even increase spread of COVID as students are going to environments that don't have the same COVID mitigation strategies that we're able to implement in our schools and what that means for public spread outside of our schools. So I would love to see any support or data that's around there in terms of school closures from what we know today about COVID. And now that we have vaccines available for nearly everyone within our elementary through high schools, where we're making that assumption that when we close our schools, we're going to reduce spread of COVID and not do the opposite.
Okay.
Ms. Grijalva?
Any other? Did we have that item? Ms. Shaw, did you want to follow up? Or?
Yeah, and I did send that to you, Jean, if, I don't know if you've received it yet. But just...
I'm working to get it up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
In regards to your comment, Dr. Shaw, I think that to move certain schools to remote, if necessary, would lessen the spread of COVID-19 because it just seems like it's almost like a snowball effect. People keep getting it because they're grouped into large groups, and it just keeps getting passed on. And so I think it would help mitigate the spread going virtual if necessary.
Okay, can we make that a little larger, Jean? Okay. So this is the same analysis that was, when was this created, Dr. Trujillo?
This was created in the the first summer of the pandemic, summer of 2020.
Yeah.
So this one's been around for quite a while. And at the time of the creation of this matrix, hybrid learning was the norm. Hybrid learning had not yet been cut off in any way. You could move students in and out of hybrid learning fairly easily. So it is a little bit older, but still something that we follow. If you look at the high risk category, consider partial or full closure of school after a review and recommendation by TUSD Health Services /PCHD for a minimum of 14 days. We certainly have not received any direction from our internal health services that a full school closure has been necessary, not since we've been back at all. We have, of course, received recommendations for classroom closures, which we have implemented and we've certainly have done. We just have not gone yet to the step of having to close a school. And as the administration, we certainly hear Dr. Shaw, we certainly hear Governing Board Member Shaw. And so as an instrument of implementation, my original question still kind of is here, that in order to be able to move the district into remote learning, not that we're saying that the board wants to move that way, we're just saying procedurally, we still have the impediment of policy ID that does not clearly define what closure means. Because a move to in-person learning does still require the physical closure of the school and could still be construed without governing board action or direction as potentially an administrative attempt to go around policy ID. So the essential question around the policy still remains.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it would, I mean, if you asked me this 2 weeks ago, we might be in a different situation. I mean, all of our schools were closed for percentages much lower than we have right now in our community. Our entire community was shut down with positivity rates that are significantly lower than where we are now. I do think our community is in a different position with the widespread availability of testing, but also the fact that the rest of our community isn't shut down. And so that's my concern, is that we have a lot of people that are essential employees that are out working every day. And we want to safeguard our children, but we also understand what happened when we went remote and what we needed to do as a district in order to ensure that our children were eating and getting the services they needed. And so, I mean, unless something significantly changes, I do think that individual principals should be able to reach out and say, this is it. I see 5 more days of this kind of high absentees and our children are not learning. And I think that we have to do something drastic and go remote for X number of days. But I don't see any reason to change what we've been doing other than really looking at that. And if we're in a position like some of our schools were last week and the week before, we know which those schools, what schools were at really critical staffing shortages when they have to bring in students into the cafeteria and into common spaces. I think that is where we have to intervene much sooner and quicker. And I also appreciate the fact that I don't think any school was ready, including our district, any school was ready for the kind of surge that happened. And we were all trying to navigate this and try to figure it out, sort of like we're in a plane that's going down and we're trying to repair the plane while it's happening. And so, we had a lot of children and staff that got sick and are still in isolation and quarantined. And so I think we have to do better if we get into a position where, we have to close a school, then we have to close a school for the day. If it looks like it's going to be longer and we have schools that cannot recover or have, somebody from the office covering a class, those children aren't learning, then it makes sense for us to go remote, in my opinion. But, I think that it's important for the community to hear from our board and from our superintendent on, what we're going to do better. in response to this health crisis, the health crisis. Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Grijalva. And let me even ask, like in those situations, from my understanding, they're far from ideal. That's not what we want. We don't want kids in our cafeteria, not in our classrooms. And that's really unfortunate that had to happen in the times that it did. But when we have a high school of 1,000, 2,000 students, and we have a cafeteria of 100, 200 students, the vast majority of students are still in their classrooms with a teacher or substitute. And why would we disrupt the education that they're getting? Even if there's a untenable or negative situation for the few that are in the cafeteria compared to the vast majority that are still in their schools. So I'm still hesitant on trying to do an overarching policy or suspension of in-person learning when we have some really horrible cases of students in cafeterias and classroom closures and other issues that are going on, but almost every student is in a classroom learning. So why would we disrupt that?
Thank you. Ms. Shaw?
Thank you.
And then Dr. Trujillo, and then Ms. Luna Rose. Or actually Ms. Luna Rose and then Dr. Go ahead,
Okay.
Ms. Shaw.
Just to your point, Dr. Shaw, I think the reason why we would is because when a quarter of the school goes down, it causes an incredible amount of stress and extra work on everybody else. And so that would kind of alleviate the stress of those teachers and staff who are filling in all the holes that are vacant within the school at any given moment. Also, when we talk about, basically teachers feeling as if they can't or don't know how long they can remain as teachers in the district because of all of this undue stress, I think it would help with that situation also, and just giving everybody kind of a timeout, but continuing the learning and, ensuring that quality education is provided to everyone.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Thank you, Ms. Grijalva. I kind of echo actually what Ms. Grijalva said earlier about about our families. We have so many of our families that rely on our schools every day for meals, for services. We have so many parents that work 1 to 2 jobs. Where are their kids going to go? And it was a strain for a lot of families. And I understand everybody's burned out. Everybody's COVID burned out. Everybody's pandemic burned out. Nobody wants to. It feels like we're all trying to pass the buck, but it's just the fact of the matter is this is like a moving game, and we're trying to figure out as we go. I'm not entirely in favor of going all remote. I think if we look at the policy ID, and the maybe looking at using an alternative model or doing something that we can close a school a day or 2, or maybe even 5 days if we present to the Arizona Department of Education. But I think going anything further will hurt a lot of our families. And also, we will be subject to a lot of, I think, people at the state legislature will look at our district. I mean, it's no secret that we're not a well-liked district concerning from our state legislature, and I'll be frank that they could use this as a springboard of trying to take whatever funding that we need to schools and using us as the example. And yes, we are one of the largest, and we have taken initiative with the mask mandate, something that I'm very proud of that we're doing. But I think we also need to be realistic of what's going to be happening down the road. And and if we do something like this, is it just for the rest of the school year? Are we implementing it for 22-23? And again, we don't know because it changes every day on the numbers. I do know, and this is, of course, anecdotal, and speaking to my daughter and her friends, about half of them are wanting to go remote, but the other half really want to stay in school, including my daughter, because they feel like they're not getting the appropriate instruction. So I think, well, we want to keep everybody safe. We also have to think about what's going to be good for our students, staff, and teachers in terms of relaying that high-quality instruction that a lot of our families come to our schools for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, so I think we have the appropriate direction in terms of the hesitation to really do anything to this policy at this particular time. And we're not asking for a vote or any kind of an action. We just wanted to get the conversation started and kind of provide where the administration's coming from, where yes, you have remote learning and technically it's continuing learning, but according to this policy, it can certainly be subjected to closure requirements. And we just wanted to let the board weigh in on where it stood if it was different. And not to say that we're going to pursue it because we're not in that situation right now as a district, but it's good to know where this board stands going forward.
The other thing, Dr. Trujillo, I think needs to be, as far as universal COVID mitigation, that it's understood very clearly that we're not doing in-person staff meetings. We're not having lunches all together. Some of the stuff that was done at the beginning when our students first came back from remote to in-person, we got a little comfortable because our numbers were a lot better. Now we are second in the nation in deaths due to COVID. Our numbers are incredibly high. The last ones I saw was 369 over 100,000 as a state. And so I think that we have to go, we can't do in person. And also I'm wondering, because I've had a lot of questions about what TUSD is doing as far as contact tracing. And I know that there's been an incredible stress and burden added duties to our nursing staff. And so I'm wondering if you can address that as far as contact tracing and, isolation and quarantine recommendations, because I think that there's some misinformation out there about that.
Well, I will say for the contact tracing, it's been very, very difficult for our nurses and our health assistants. The bulk of it, if not all of it, has fallen to them. And all of you probably have already done the math. As case counts have risen, so has the demand for contact tracing on each individual case. So the demand has risen. You've got a smaller workforce dealing with it. There certainly are staffing challenges at the Pima County Health Department, so they're behind, and they're working as fast as they can. And so I think that kind of adds to the difficulty of this situation. And with regard to quarantine and isolation recommendations, I'd like to bring Leslie back. If you can just kind of review our graphic one more time, which I think encapsulates what the governing board recommended and took action on at the last meeting.
And also if we could reiterate to our schools that this is what we're doing, because I think that there was an email sent out that I think just sort of created some misunderstanding. And that has sort of been circulated as well from health services. And so I think that if you're in the department versus whether you're outside looking in, some of the email was a little confusing to those of us that are not, in the know.
So thank you, Jean. So this is the flowchart that we have shared with all of our staff, all of our community. It is, we did have the longer text email, which I understand was confusing to people, but then we did follow up with this to let people know this is how the isolation and quarantine is planned and expected, and this is what is the equivalent of what ADHS and Pima County have also recommended that we follow, and that they're recommending that all our communities follow going forward at this time. Did you want me to walk through anything?
No. I think the concern was, the bulk of the contact tracing is falling on the shoulders of our nursing staff and aides. And we've talked about how, they're just incredibly busy on some days just testing students. I mean, that could be a full-time job, just testing students. So, as far as contact tracing, how are we doing with that? And do we have, I saw an email that said something about if you're unable to log, nurses can ask for additional help. How often is that being utilized? And I just want to hear from Dr. Trujillo or from you, Leslie, that the goal is to continue to do contact tracing. We might be a little behind on it because everybody is. We couldn't have enough staff working on this, just contact tracing alone, but that we're still continuing to do it, that's something that is a goal of the district to ensure that if we have an outbreak at a school or in a classroom, that we're going to let everyone know if they were close enough to have to isolate.
Yes, and that is definitely the plan and the expectation from the health services teams is they are following up and doing contact tracing as to the best of their ability in every single case that they recognize or we test as positive.
Dr. Trujillo, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, we'd like to come back on February 8th for more expansive conversation on contact tracing and some additional resources that are going to be needed if we're going to keep up the pace. We have to also be very realistic that with such a small portion of our workforce dedicated to this large project, as case numbers continue to rise, there's going to be some additional resources that we're going to need. So I'll work with our team to come back for more expansive assessment of what's going to be needed to keep up this pace.
And then are you communicating with schools regarding PEP assemblies and dances, stuff like that?
Yeah, unfortunately we've had we have a structure with our pandemic leadership team. We refer to it as Core. We meet daily and we review all requests for activities. And we review the existing mitigation, and a lot of them we move to more restrictive mitigation. Like last week, we looked at all of this week's activities, and we essentially moved just about everything that we could to outdoor. And then we moved a lot of stuff. We moved to postpone a lot of stuff. And then some of our other marquee events, like tomorrow is the UHS senior debate, which is going to be a great event. However, normally the entire junior and senior class is able to get into the auditorium. Tomorrow they can't. We've limited it, and now kids have to sit 10 feet apart, and we have to put 3 or 4 air purifiers in there, and everybody's going to get an N95. It has to be live streamed. So, unfortunately, it's the situations where a school does not submit an event and go ahead and they proceed with facilitating the event. That's where, unfortunately, we're getting parent concerns and student concerns, and they forward us pictures and stuff, and that's tough. And we have to go back individually with those individual schools and address those issues. We had a few of those this week. So tomorrow we're meeting with the principals again to reiterate those expectations. We have the structure. If you want to do an event, you have to submit it for our review so that we can assign the appropriate mitigation. And if the appropriate mitigation can't be assigned, we're going to ask for postponement.
Okay. Any additional, I'm sorry, Dr. Riley. And then was that Ms. Counts?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Actually, can I call on Ms. Counts, please? Because I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Counts.
Yes. So, Dr. Trujillo, if administration can please get advice from our county health department on the practicality and necessity for continued contact tracing when our community spread is at the level it is. It just seems it seems kind of like a fool. So if we can get some medical advice on the practicality and necessity for our schools to be doing contact tracing.
We can make that a part of February 8th. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, President Grijalva. Just one quick comment on the protocol as graphic here. Just want to make sure, because my interpretation of the Arizona Department of Health was that the isolation is 5 days after the positive test, irrespective of when symptoms began. And so can we just make sure, going back to the CDC and the Arizona Department of Health guidelines, when that isolation begins? Because as I have the graphic that we reviewed 2 weeks ago, and my interpretation is the isolation until, because symptoms might be a cold, you might be testing negative for a while, and then you get secondary COVID on top of what you had before. And so it shouldn't be based on when symptoms began, but when the test is positive.
That is correct. And if you see the very first box, it says person has tested positive.
Right, but it says isolate for at least 5 days after symptoms begin, but my interpretation of the guidelines is isolate for 5 days after the positive test, not based on when symptoms began.
Oh, got it. Okay, we can adjust that.
Right, and again, I might be interpreting incorrectly, so if you can please look at what the CDC and the ADHS has put out, but that's what I would interpret in terms of the mitigation on the isolation.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to memorialize in Governing Board Policy ID the Governing Board's authority to temporarily close individual schools and in-person learning due to a COVID-19 outbreak in order to move to remote learning in accordance with Matrix EBE2T risk analysis of school closure due to COVID-19.
I don't see a second, Ms. Shaw. I don't think that we have to memorialize the COVID specifically. I do think that it's pretty clear that we can close, but I don't want to keep it to the governing board, because if it's something that has to happen right away, Dr. Trujillo should have the authority to do it. It's not something that I want to wait until we have a meeting to get together to do.
Would you like to amend my motion?
I don't know that we need to put in specifically COVID.
I think we do.
That's my only hesitancy. I'm reading it now. Widespread illness for any period of 3 consecutive days. I think that covers it personally, but just.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Does anyone
Grijalva?
have a? I'm sorry. Who is that?
That's me. Sorry.
Oh, Miss Luna. Sorry, there's a lot of little.
I know,
screens.
right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of hiding in their corner. Is it possible for Mr. Ross to weigh in on that?
Sure.
On Ms. Shaw's motion?
Mr. Ross?
Thank you, President Grijalva. The way I understand, Ms. Shaw can correct me, the way I understand her motion is she is asking for the board to consider moving to remote to authorize the school district to do that and it not be considered a closure. Am I correct, Ms. Shaw? And I
didn't understand that. I'm sorry.
That I was trying to get to it from there, and Ms. Shaw, maybe you can say yourself if that's what your intent is.
Yes, that was my intent, because Dr. Trujillo had mentioned before that it's not really outlined in policy ID, and that perhaps we should, if we, either us or him, is going to work off the EBE2T standards of practice regarding COVID-19 outbreaks.
Okay, can you repeat your motion?
Sure. Motion to memorialize in Governing Board Policy ID the Governing Board's authority to temporarily close individual schools and in-person learning due to a COVID-19 outbreak in order to move to remote learning in accordance with the Matrix EBE2T risk analysis of school closure due to COVID-19.
Okay. Let me think. Because I don't want it to be the board's job to close this, to go to remote learning necessarily. But I know that Dr. Trujillo didn't want to do that without board direction. So I don't know if it fits here. Dr. Trujillo?
I think the necessary modification that would allow this policy to work would be simply adding that a move to remote instruction does not constitute closure, subject to the provisions of policy ID. I think something to that vein. There's a lot of, I think what's being proposed. I know that our general counsel might want to talk about some legal implications, probably more in exec. But for the purposes of what we would need, just here, the tweak to the policy would be differentiating moving into remote learning as not qualifying for a closure. And if you differentiate the remote learning from not being a school closure, we're not subjected to that 2-day limitation. And then having to go through the Arizona Department of Education and all of the other requirements that are tied to statute.
Would that verbiage be under such application for approval shall be? I mean, I want to make sure it fits here on this policy, because I want to make sure that we're clear that it doesn't, that if we're remote learning, that it's not a school closure. But I don't know if it fits on this one, if it fits somewhere else, or where in this policy that, we can add something.
In discussing this matter with Mr. Ross, kind of getting ready for the meeting, I think the board, we would benefit from coming back on February 8th with a policy recommendation and language kind of fleshed out versus trying to work it out here on the dais, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Ms. Shaw, you did meet with Mr. Ross, right? Or have request some information from him, or am I
we
mistaken?
spoke briefly on the phone.
Okay. I'm not against adding some terminology to this. I'm just not sure if this is the right policy to do it, or if we can just put an asterisk there saying, remote learning is not a school closure.
I just fear that if we don't make a move on this now, it's just going to be kicked around.
Yeah,
and
kicked
not
down
really,
yeah.
addressed in a timely manner.
Board members, does anyone else have any suggestions or any interest in trying to come to a resolution on this? Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Shaw, I don't see.
We can operate with the current policy the way it is now. Just wanted to have the discussion. So we're good to go as an administration.
Yeah, and I don't know that we have to, that Mr. Ross, do you think that has to be explicitly said that remote learning is not a school closure? Because it is an instructional day. We're logging instructional minutes.
So, Ms. Grijalva, as Dr. Trujillo said earlier in the discussion, there would be a risk to him if there wasn't, consensus on the board in some manner that moving to remote is not a closure implicating this policy. Now, the policy is quoting a statute that talks about excuse from school attendance. So, my argument would be that we're not talking about moving to remote because you're not excusing kids, right? You're actually requiring them to attend remotely, but it's your policy, and I would agree with Dr. Trujillo that there should be some expression of consensus that if the superintendent takes that approach to it, that the board isn't going to say that he acted without authority, and that's why I definitely appreciate Ms. Shaw's.
Because I want to make sure that we have the freedom to do that, because we still are seeing, numbers are not as high as they were last week and the week before, but they're not low. And so if we do come to a situation where we need to go remote, I want to make sure that we don't have to have an emergency meeting to do that. And so, Mr. Ross, do you have any suggestions as to where in this policy that intention could be? Like, Is it a bullet? Is it some, I just, I understand Ms. Shaw's, the urgency of the request because, 2 weeks from now, we could be in a very different position.
Well, I do have an idea, and I did want to, I know that the board doesn't really like to do wordsmithing from the dais, but my suggestion would be to just add a statement that moving a school to remote is not considered a closure under this policy.
But could you support that, Ms. Shaw? So it gives the superintendent the authority to do it as opposed to having to have a board. That's my issue, having to have the board authorize it to remote. I just think I think it's an issue for me of being able to do it quickly.
I could support that, but I do worry that some of the numbers that administration is operating under aren't exactly accurate. For instance, at the call to the audience, we heard from staff at Tucson High that they had 41 classes needing a substitute today, and from what we were sent this morning, I believe the numbers said 12. And so I am concerned that, I don't want us to, move on some of these going to remote with inaccurate information that doesn't address crisis as it's happening in real time.
Understood. Well, I can go ahead and if either you can move it, Ms. Shaw, or I will, with the intention of what Mr. Ross just highlighted as far as making sure that we identify that remote learning is not a school closure. I could be supportive of that because I think that it's important for us to be able to say that.
President Grijalva?
Well, I just want to, so if we're going to continue to talk about it, I want to go ahead and have a motion on the floor. And I'm concerned that we don't right now.
Yeah, if that's what it's going to take, then I will unite with what the words of Mr. Ross to amend my original
And I'll
motion.
second for sake of continued discussion. Dr. Ravi.
I'm a little confused on what we're trying to accomplish. Are we, as a governing board, trying to interpret state law in terms of what a closure is and isn't and putting that into our policy? Because all these things about regulations and what we need to do with ADE, that's all governed by state regulations. So are we putting our interpretation into policy that we're interpreting this to a remote learning to not be a school closure? Or are we just giving permission to our district administration staff that if the district administration believes that it's not safe because of staffing shortages or because of COVID rates to keep our schools open, that we give them permission to go to remote learning? Because I think my concern is that we're doing a legal interpretation into our policy, and I think Dr. Trujillo has stated earlier that he feels like he has a direction from the governing board based on our conversation to move forward with administrative decisions. And so I'm a little concerned about what this motion is.
Right. Mr. Ross, did you want to clarify why? I think you just said it, but you would summarize it better than I could.
So I do get what you're saying, Dr. Shaw, but this is your policy. I've given here in public what my view of that is, which is the statute it's based on talks about exemption from school attendance. And this clarification of your policy would be that our move to remote is not an exemption from school attendance. It's a change in the delivery of instruction. But I do take to heart what you're saying about do you want to sit here and make a change to a policy that may not be necessary, that is relying on not necessarily lying, but based on an interpretation of statute that maybe you haven't had a full discussion on.
I do want to make sure that we're clarifying, though, that remote instruction is not a school closure, nor is it an excuse, to not attend school. And so if this policy is based on that, the ARS code that you're I just want to make sure that we're clear, and that's my only concern is if it's not clear then I want to clarify it. Dr. Trujillo.
I think that Dr. Shaw captured it pretty perfectly in his first statement. The administration needs to make sure that the governing board does not interpret the move of a school or schools to remote learning as a physical closure of schools. Because if it did view it as physical closure of schools, we're beholden to policy ID, okay? Which number one, limits it to just a day or two, and then requires anything longer to go through that process of a revised calendar to ADE, everything that's noted there, and everything that's tied to statute around that. And so it's that first statement by Dr. Shaw that makes this so high risk for a superintendent to just do this unilaterally without having this kind of a discussion.
So would this language, inclusion of this language would be beneficial? And we're not interpreting state law, we're just making a statement on this policy that has to do with school closures.
Yeah, I will call on Mr. Ross to answer that one from a legal perspective. From a superintendent's perspective, 5 duly elected governing board members in a legally convened meeting telling the superintendent it's okay. If you have to move a school to remote, doesn't mean the definition of closure, so you're not beholden to this policy ID. So for me, it suffices, but the risk in terms of what you're asking about and actually what Dr. Shaw asked about in his opening statement, I'm going to defer to Mr. Ross.
And I think we had that discussion in an executive session on my legal advice on it. I think the extent of what I would say today, right now in the open session, is that if the board is comfortable with the fact that the statute this policy is based on is titled exemption from attendance, and you're not doing an exemption from attendance for remote learning, then I think that's, well, I'll leave it up to you whether you believe you have you think you've covered any risk from that. And again, referring back to our discussion in the executive session, I would probably, if I were sitting down thinking about this rather than doing it from the dais, I would probably add a reference to the board's the board's alternative instructional model.
I don't feel incredibly comfortable moving forward considering we've sort of been all over the place on this advice and direction. And I still have some concerns about this being in policy. Ms. Shaw, and this policy.
Yes, I just want to reiterate what Mr. Ross said in response to Dr. Shaw earlier, that governing board policy ID is our policy, the district's policy, and we are free to amend it if we so choose.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second that would essentially add a bullet or a line in this, or something with an asterisk that basically says remote learning is not school closure, that learning is still continuing. So is that how you, so we have a motion and a second essentially to do that. Can I get a roll call vote, please? Does anyone have any questions? I mean, that's pretty much what we're doing. We're saying remote learning is not a school closure, that it's it's an instructional day.
Ms. Grijalva, so
Counts.
we're voting to just add an asterisk on this policy for clarification.
Yes, because it basically, this policy says the normal day for instruction of students, blah, 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 blah. Each instructional day shall not consist of less than the minimum amount of time prescribed by, there's the ARS code. And so what we're saying is that we want it to be clear that remote instruction or remote learning is not a school closure, that the instructional day is still happening.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready to vote.
Okay. So can I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Ms.
Thank
Counts?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, thank you. Item passes unanimously. Okay. So we're still on 8.1. Dr. Trujillo, did you have anything else?
Yeah, the last, President Grijalva, the last portion of 8.1, I'd like to welcome our Associate General Counsel, Mr. Aronoff, to brief the governing board of the recent Supreme Court ruling on the Biden mandatory testing mandate, its impact on the governing board's recently approved mandatory testing policy for unvaccinated employees. Mr. Aronoff?
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, everybody. We're talking about here policy GBGCC, which the board implemented back in December. And as you know, that policy stemmed from this OSHA emergency temporary standard and ETS that required large employers, of which we are one and covered in Arizona, even though we're a state employer, required large employers to either mandate vaccines or mandate weekly testing for unvaccinated employees. That came out in November. It got immediately caught up in litigation. As you know, the first court that handled it, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, issued a stay, making it unenforceable temporarily. And then all of these cases that were filed nationwide challenging the ETS got consolidated in one court in Ohio, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. And back in December, that court lifted the stay, making the ETS enforceable once again. And so OSHA came out and said it was going to, basically it was going to go into effect in January and it was going to become enforceable, or they would start to enforce it in February. That got then taken up to the Supreme Court just on the lifting of the stay. The plaintiffs appealed the Sixth Circuit decision that got argued in front of the Supreme Court on January 7th. It was combined. They had already set an argument on a separate ETS for healthcare employers, so both of those got heard on the same day. And on January 13th, we finally got the decision from the Supreme Court. And what the Supreme Court did was they re-implemented a stay on the ETS. They held that OSHA did go beyond its statutory authority when it issued the ETS. Basically said that OSHA shouldn't have issued an ETS that was so broad in its impact, that it could have been narrower, but it overreached beyond its statutory authority in its regulation. Technically speaking, what the Supreme Court did was they found that the plaintiffs in these various cases were likely to win their suit challenging the ETS and challenging OSHA's regulations. So what happens now is this lawsuit goes back to the Sixth Circuit to make a final decision on whether the ETS is legal. But the reality is, given the course of events here, it's almost certain that that ETS is now going to be found to be beyond OSHA's authority. So the question then becomes, what does that mean for us, right? We drafted our policy GBGCC originally based on the ETS that came out and the regulations that came out from OSHA, and we tried to accord with those. But I want to just remind you, sort of somewhat been through this before, but I want to remind you that your authority as a board to implement that policy was not dependent on the OSHA ETS. In fact, the board implemented that policy before the ETS was actually enforceable. And we put that policy into practice and have started on it even before that ETS was enforceable. You as a board continue to have the legal authority to effectuate the requirements in that policy despite the change. The thing that might be worth noting is that if anything, this change in events, I mean, it does make it an option, I guess, to reconsider GBGCC, but it also opens up more options as far as the details of the policy. because we're now no longer bound by, by the strictures of what OSHA was asking for. So we could change certain things in the policy without worrying about ultimately running afoul of federal regulations. Just some examples. We have a definition of fully vaccinated in the policy that is slightly different than the definition of fully vaccinated that we have in our COVID-19 reference guide, which the reference guide, which is based on the Pima County guidelines, asks for a booster for fully vaccinated, or at least that you be within a certain amount of time from your initial run of vaccines. I would caution you strongly that if we were to reconsider that in the policy, it is going to cause huge problems, I think, for our rollout of the testing procedure, but it is out there. We could adjust our requirements, our definition of face coverings and what's an adequate face covering in GBGCC to match up with what we have in the regulation. We have two different requirements because the policy's requirements were more demanding under the OSHA ETS, so that could be out there. We could adjust the way that we support employees who want to get vaccinated in terms of time off, in terms of supporting the boosters. So there's various things now that should the board want to do, it has opened the door a little bit. But to be clear, I think the heart of this message is while the ETS has been effectively struck down for all intents and purposes by the Supreme Court, it does not negate the effectiveness or the authority of GBGCC. The board can leave that in place, has the authority to leave that in place, and now, if it wants to, could make adjustments to it that were, if it so chose to.
Dr. Trujillo, are you suggesting that we look at any changes in policy? Or Mr. Arnoff?
I think that we just proceed with the governing board's policy as it passed it. I think it increases our mitigation efforts. As we saw with some of the data that was presented from the team earlier this evening, it looks like it's going to end up right around 400, possibly 500 employees that will test. So I wouldn't recommend any additions or changes. We just wanted the governing board to be aware of the impact that the Supreme Court ruling has on policy implementation, and that you may have now some greater flexibility, as Mr. Aronoff talked about.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions on this? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are on, is there anything else on 8.1, Dr. Trujillo?
That concludes item 8.1.
Okay, so let's go up to the agenda then, and we are on consent. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Grijalva, board members, I'd like to formally recommend the consent agenda as organized and proposed items, approval of items 6.2 through 6.7. We are excited about item 6.3. We're excited to welcome 3 more middle schools, Alice Vale, Seacrest, and Utterback, to the Verizon Innovative Learning Environment Program. This is the one-to-one iPad initiative funded by Verizon that's alive and well in Mansfield and over at Pueblo Gardens and at Lawrence. So we're excited to bring in 3 more schools. With that, I recommend the approval, or the governing board consider approval of the consent agenda, item 6.2 to 6.7.
Okay, board members, Dr. Ravi?
I'd like to put item 6.7.
You'd like to pull item 6.7?
Yes, President
Okay.
Galva.
Any others? Ms. Shaw?
Yes, can we pull item 6.4?
Okay, yes. So we have 4, 6. Do I have a motion for the rest of consent?
So moved.
Thank you. And Ms. Counts? Was that Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Counts second. So Ms. Luna Rose moved the item, Ms. Counts seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. In order on the agenda, we'll go to 6.4, Native American Policies and Procedures. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, President Grijalva. I just have a couple questions. Are we renewing this policy and then it will be sent out to the community for review, or are we just, accepting it as it is?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Shaw. I'd like to turn it over to our Director for Native American Student Services to talk about our Native American Native American policies and procedures.
Good evening, Governing Board members. Hi, good evening, Governing Board President, Dr. Trujillo, Legal Counsel. The Native American policies and procedures have gone through the process of presenting it before Pascuayaqui community, and so now we're just asking for your approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I ask this because when reviewing the policy, it says that the public hearing is going to take place in February of 2022,
Yes, that's correct. That will be tribal consultation between Tucson Unified School District and the Pascuayaqui tribe.
Okay, and did you receive any public input?
Yes, I did. Due to the pandemic, what we were able to do was for all of our families that live within the Pascuayaqui tribal community, we posed questions to them. And we got feedback, and I think the feedback that stands out most for us as a district that a lot of our families are not really aware of is in regards to, the multi-tiered systems of support process. And so I have comments that we received from our over 150 families that are the Native American Student Services staff when they did reach out to call to get feedback from our community members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Shaw? Did you want to move the item?
And you believe, Ms. Begay-James, that the policy is, it speaks enough to the needs of the Native American students in the district? Because I just didn't see much language in regards to a plan of action.
Right, and so the plan of action that we have specific to our Pascuayaqui community came from our work with the Pascuayaqui tribe. We came up with a committee in collaboration with the Pascuayaqui tribe's education department, and then of course Tucson Unified School District. And we identified key players that the district would hire so that they could provide supports to our Native American student population through the multi-tiered systems of support framework, which is across the district. And so a challenge has been hiring those specific staff people to fill those positions. We have, for example, social worker. These were positions that were all identified well before the pandemic. And so we had social workers, multi-tiered systems of support facilitators. And so what we're finding is those positions, it's a challenge filling those positions. There was a behavioral specialist that was recommended. We have conducted interviews, and we have the committee who has recommended a person to fill that position, and so we're happy about that.
Okay, thank you, and please let us know how we can help to support you in your efforts.
Oh, of course, definitely. As soon as we hire the social workers and the MTSS facilitators, I know that our schools definitely are really needing that support.
Okay, thank you.
Want to move the item, Ms. Shaw?
Yes, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Luna Rose seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now the other item that was pulled was 6.7 minutes from TUSD Governing Board meeting January 11th. Dr. Rob.
Thank you, President Grijalva. I'd like for us to just hold on this item until we have a chance to edit the motions that we passed in terms of the isolation and quarantine guidelines. As we all know, they're very confusing and they're very detail oriented, and wanted to make sure that the language was correct in terms of what we adopted at the last meeting. So I'd like for us to hold on this item for us to make sure that the approved motions are accurately reflect the intent and of what we passed, and come back to the next governing board meeting with the updated minutes.
Okay, Dr. Trujillo, can you go ahead and have board staff look at that and bring it back? I think we're
Yes.
pretty ahead. I mean, compared to sometimes when we were approving minutes way, months later, I think that this can just be brought back at our next meeting. But we'll go ahead and pull it. Thank you. All right, so we have addressed 7 point. Let's see, what did we address? Now we're on to action items. 7.1, extension of funding COVID leave through February 28th, 2022 for employees of TUSD. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Grijalva, members of the governing board. We wanted to be here this evening with a little bit more of an expansive presentation before asking the governing board to continue the district provided additional sick days for employees that are infected with COVID-19 or have loved ones or dependents that are infected and need to take that additional time off. We need a little bit more time to put all of that information together. We want to examine a variety of data around asking the governing board to continue this. We just need a little bit more time to put that together. With that being said, we would like to go for another 30-day extension to keep the COVID leave, the complimentary COVID leave provided to the employees at least until February 28th. We will return on February 8th with a policy or with a fleshed out request with a lot of the data that the more specific data that we wanted to include this evening will be ready on February 8th. That way the governing board has all the information necessary before making a decision on whether to continue or not.
I would like to move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, and Ms. Unrose seconds. Any discussion? I see Ms. Shaw and then Dr. Ravi. Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. Just want to make sure that substitutes are included in this. Are they included?
Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, Ms. Weiser?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Ms. Shaw, currently substitutes are not eligible for COVID leave. As it was approved for us initially back last spring, it was for FTE'd employees. We didn't include substitutes. We didn't include temporary employees. This is employees and their dependents who test positive, and it's based on FTE. We can look at that going forward.
So, Renee, when you say FTE, you mean a full-time schedule, right?
A full-time schedule who are in a budgeted FTE position in the district, yes, sir.
So is it a 1.0 FTE, or are we looking at part-time employees as well?
It's based on FTE, so we are looking at part-time employees as well.
So can you give me an idea of a person that's working, I don't know, 4 hours a day? A part-time employee, what this does for them?
So it replaces leave that you would have to use if you or your immediate family member have been tested positive for COVID-19. So if I work 4 hours a day as a custodian and I or a member of my family have tested positive and I have to use my sick leave to remain at home, this will replace my sick leave up to 10 days for 4 hours a day.
Okay. And so like a long-term sub is considered a full FTE because they're in a classroom full-time?
Yes.
Okay.
Long-term subs are covered, yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ravi.
I just want to just get some input from Dr. Trujillo and Ms. Weiser about, we spent a majority of this evening talking about staff shortages. and just want to make sure that we don't have any unintended consequences of continuing to kick the can on the road on this policy. That, you know, if we're giving, you know, extra leave for folks, that we're not going to just perpetuate the problem of staff shortages in the near and long term.
The policy was originally initiated to incent folks who were positive or symptomatic to remain at home. Obviously, this was before we recognized the staffing shortages we have. However, I would still think we don't want those people to come in, and if they are out of sick leave, this offers them an option to stay home and still be paid.
I think it's important. We have so many of our TUSD employees that are also parents in our schools, and I just think that gives them some flexibility. And I agree that I don't want employees coming in sick because they you know, need to work to have a paycheck. Ms. Shaw, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, I really think that we should include part-time employees in this COVID sick leave, because it just makes no sense. Like, there's a lot of employees who aren't able to work full-time, but are still risking their health by coming into school and being amongst people who can potentially give them COVID. And so, like Dr. Shaw said, we might, if we don't allow this policy to, you know, be broadly reaching with all of our paid employees, then we might end up having another staffing crisis in other areas.
And when we bring this back, I'm happy to bring back numbers of people who've used it, some examples of the jobs, so you can see where that usage has been.
Yeah, I did.
Go ahead, Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, that's what I asked Renee, and why we want to take a little bit more time. I think if we're going to ask the governing board to consider this all the way out to June 30th, we want to take an expansive look at the existing leave that's awarded to all of our employees according to the associations that they belong to, the expenditures, what we've already spent providing this for the time that we've provided, in the context of the availability of ESSER funds. We have a February 8th agenda that will provide a state of ESSER funding. That way there's a full-on, more of a context before asking to extend until June 30th. So that was my rationale for not kicking it totally far down the road, but just coming back on February 8th with more expansive data available for you to consider.
Dr. Ravi?
So let me ask, why is COVID needed for this to go into effect? We don't want anybody in our schools who have a fever or who have cold-like symptoms, whether it's a non-COVID related upper respiratory infection or the flu, or if their kid has that and needs to stay home. So why are we limiting this to requiring a COVID positive test to enact this? Because that seems counterintuitive to the purpose of the policy.
I think, Dr. Ravi, because it's ESSER funding.
Right. This is an extension of the leave that the federal government provided initially when we were first went under lockdown, and they provided, I want to say it was 12 months, I can verify that, of COVID leave. All employees had to provide that. When that expired, we came back to the governing board and asked to extend it using our ESSER funds internally at TUSD.
Ms. Grijalva.
Ms. Counts.
Oh, it's Ms. Luna Rose, actually.
I'm sorry.
That's
Ms.
okay.
Luna Rose. Ms. Counts had her mic off, so I thought it was her.
I'll go next.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
great.
I'm sorry, Ms. Counts.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I understood this was under the ESSER funding, but maybe we can look, and I don't know if this is the appropriate place, we could look at some other policy to reflect what Dr. Ravi said, that, you know, we don't want, you know, sick employees coming to school as well, you know, so I don't know that this is right, the appropriate place, but something we could look into.
And we'll bring back on the 8th the current sick accruals and personal leave that employees get in addition to this.
But that's sick leave, right? We have sick leave as well. This is in addition to that.
Yes,
Ms.
this
Count?
is additional leave.
Ms. Count?
Yeah, I'm wondering if the administration can bring what other local districts are offering. And then also I'd like to propose for I would like to propose it right now that it is in alignment with the CDC recommendations of 5 days. But if I don't have majority support, that's something that I think should be looked at the next board meeting.
Absolutely, I do have that information. We'll bring that back.
Thanks. Ms. Counts, I wouldn't be in favor of doing that only because we're asking people to come back if they feel better at 5 days. But I know many people that have COVID right now that are not feeling 100% to come back onto a campus or to go to work. And also we have some children that are getting sick, and a lot of our employees are parents. And so once it gets in the house, it tends to spread a little bit. So you might be taking leave in order to care for a child, and then turns out you get COVID too. So I think that 10 days is, it might not need to be used, but I think that they should have the option. Any other, Ms. Shaw, and then we'll go ahead and vote.
Yeah, I really think that we should still consider adding subs into here, adding part-time employees, and not think about the bottom line. This is a pandemic that we're in, and both our full-time and part-time employees are at risk for contracting the virus, whether it's in school or out of school, and we don't want to send the message that, we don't value our part-time employees enough to give them an opportunity to get well before they come back to school.
Well, and I think that Ms. Hauser confirmed that this is for part-time employees as well. It's based on the time that you work.
I don't think she said that.
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. Part-time and full-time employees. What is not covered are our daily subs who don't come to work unless they choose to come in. And temporary employees would not qualify. They're not in an FTE position. They don't otherwise accrue leave, so they would not be included either.
So part-time employees are included in this COVID leave?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Okay.
It was based, that's why I asked specifically, like someone who works 4 hours, you accrue the 4 hours that you would be working otherwise. You don't get a full time because you don't work full time. So you don't get a full 8 hours because you don't work a full 8 hours, but you get the number of days and the hours based on the days that you work. So if it's a campus monitor who works 4 hours, they would be able to have 4 hours for 10 days if they have COVID, right? Is that the way that's why I asked specifically that question. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Dr. Trujillo?
I don't want there to be any question at all, okay? And I'm going to repeat our board member Shaw's question. Part-time employees, they're covered, but what you said, Renee, and what I understand in our recommendation is variable hour employees, like subs, daily subs that do not have a set schedule. They're not part-time or full-time because they choose their assignments and when they want to work. You're saying specifically that subs are not a part of the recommendation, but our employees, they are a part of the recommendation. Those that are working half-day schedules, half-time schedules, full-time schedules, and that it's going to be prorated. Now, the standard allotment of days that we have been giving has been 10. So if you're half-time, which is 5, it's going to be 5. Is that correct? Just want to make sure that we're clear on all that. Because it could easily be construed that a part-time employee means sub. And there's a difference between variable hour, which you work according to the needs of your position, or you choose your assignments. You don't have to work every day. So I just wanted to be very, very clear before we ask our governing board to even extend this for 28 days.
But also, Dr. Trujillo, you're saying a daily sub, but if there's a sub that is working full-time and is in a long-term position, then they're considered a full-time employee.
Yes.
They would benefit as a full-time employee. Okay.
Yes, this clarification is only for the daily subs that are variable hour. When you have a long-term sub that has accepted a long-term assignment and is putting in those full weeks, of course, they would qualify.
Thank you. Michelle, did I have a motion in a second? I forgot.
Yes, you do, Ms. Counts. Motion, but There wasn't a second.
Okay, because she was wanting to cut the time. So I'd like to move the item as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Counts. I have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Discussion?
I think we've had a healthy discussion on this issue. Did you have something else you wanted to add, Ms. Shaw, that's different than what we've already discussed?
Yes, I do. I just want to remind everyone that we have the substitutes are not filling the positions needed, perhaps because we keep treating them so unequally, and I really think that we should include them here. And if not, I think that we should have like a standard, like what, if they're not long-term subs, then at what point, how many days do they have to fill to get these the COVID leave? Do we have an idea about that? Because I know the subs are watching and are curious.
I don't know. I don't know what their accrual for leave is.
Right.
And I think it depends on the number of days that they work. Is that right, Ms. Poyser?
It is. They do accrue sick leave currently. They accrue the Prop 206 leave through the state based on the days that they work. I don't know what that accrual ratio is. I can certainly bring that back when we bring this back on the 8th. But they do accrue sick leave based on the hours that they work.
Okay. All right. I have a motion, a second. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Grijalva, members of the board, originally when you started 7.1, you motioned and Ms. Natalie Luna Rose second.
That's what I
And
thought.
then you went to discussion and Ms. Counts made another motion with the 10 days from going to 10 to 5. So then.
Right, but there was no second on that item.
No.
So we're just going with the one as presented.
Okay.
That's why I asked you if we'd had a motion and a second. So it was me and Ms. Luna Rose.
That is correct.
Okay. Go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Sure. Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yep.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes. Thank you. Item passes 4-1 with Ms. Shaw voting against. We addressed item 7.2. Now we're on item 7.3. I'm sorry, Dr. Trujillo, can you read the item? I'm sorry.
Yes, President, board members, we are on item 7.3. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ross back to present the return of our governing board policy regarding Title IX related sexual harassment. Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, members of the board. This is the second read for the Title IX policy revision. Since this was posted, there have been no comments received. As a reminder of what this policy is, this is adopted or at least proposed in accordance with the federal Title IX requirements. This policy would protect all students and employees from discrimination and harassment based on the basis of sex. For this policy, it would adopt the Title IX definition of sexual harassment because the board is required to have a policy under the federal requirements. Currently, the federal Title IX standard has a relatively high standard for what constitutes harassment, which is that the harassment effectively denies participation in the educational program. We do have our other policy, ACA sexual harassment, that has a lower standard, which is that the conduct substantially interferes with the participation in the program. So that is, legally, that's a lower standard. So if it's not caught under Title IX, then we can still address the conduct under policy ACA, which is under Title VII for those who are interested in where those come from in the federal law. The reason that we want the two policies or need the two policies, the Title IX federal regulations have significant procedural requirements that we would not want to or have to contend with if it's under the general ACA policy. So we have this policy proposal required under the federal regulations. I'm hopeful that that the current administration will take a look at these regulations and maybe make some changes that the previous administration had implemented. But for right now, we still have the obligation to have a policy. And again, I think I explained why there's two different sexual harassment policies. We're designing now a significant training component for all levels of the organization when we roll this out, and that will not just be the Title IX. We want to have a comprehensive policy on defining, recognizing, reporting, and addressing all forms of sexual harassment.
Okay, board members, questions? Dr. Ravi.
So President Grijalva, usually we get to see a red line version so we know what the changes are, and that wasn't available this time. I'd like to see a red line version before I vote for this.
Mr. Ross?
I thought this was the posted version, second read. So this is
Right, this is the second read, so we've
seen
the red line version.
This is the one that the board had proposed to move forward. So,
So we've already seen the red line. This has already been posted, and now it's coming back to us for adoption.
this was the version that the board requested be posted. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, I would suggest, Mr. Ross, Board Docs does have a link back to the 1026 meeting that does have the red line version.
Oh, that's right.
If you want to just kind of walk the group through what the changes are.
Okay, so I don't know if Gene, if you can connect to that. I've got it on my screen here as well.
The date, Mr. Ross?
There's actually a link in that board agenda item, but it was on
I've actually got it up for you, Mr.
October 26th.
It's on October 26th. What was the item?
Item,
Just so you can look at it, because I know it's hard to read a policy. There is Dr. Ravi.
No, I'm good. I thank you for telling me which month it is. I just pulled up my notes from that month, and I see the policy and the changes, so I'm okay with this. I asked that whenever, because sometimes we'll pass the first reading just to get feedback, and so there might be some things we're not sure about. So whenever, even when it comes for second reading, please make sure that the red line is in there so we can see what the changes were.
I will do that.
So I see that, and I'm ready to move the item.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now we're on 7.4, Governing Board Policy GCB, Employee Contracts and Compensation. This is second reading. Mr. Ross or Dr. Trujillo?
Thank you, President Grijalva. This is a new policy, and it was also up for first reading on October 26th. And there have been no comments. What this policy does is implement State Law 15341, paragraph 45, that requires the district to provide annually a total compensation statement for every employee with the items listed in the statute, and this policy would direct compliance with that statute.
Okay. Board members, any questions? An motion? I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second.
Who's second? Thank you. Ms. Lunaro seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now we've addressed 8.1. Now we're on 8.2, Administrative Proposal for Salary Compression and Employee Retention Stipend for COVID-19 Pandemic Era Service. And if I can ask board members to vote, please, online. Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, so item 8.2, President Grijalva, I'm going to recommend that the administration pulls it. And I just want to say a few things about item 8.2. Item 8.2 is probably one of the most important priorities for our administration with regard to showing our employees how much they mean to us, how much we appreciate their service, and how we take their concerns very, very seriously, specifically around the issue of salary compression, which we've heard a lot about from our veterans over the years. With that being said, it's absolutely imperative that we get it right in terms of making sure that we work out all of the details. And we want to take a little bit more time with that before coming back and asking the governing board to vote on this package. So I do promise our employees that have been reading the BAI language and getting excited, we're not going to wait long. We have every intention of coming back very, very quickly. We just need a little bit more time to work through some of the details to make sure that this package is just right before we ask our governing board members to vote. So with that, I'd like to pull the item.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on then to 8.3. And I'm excited to see that happen. A lot of organizations are not working on compression, and I think it's really critical. So I'm glad to see that work moving forward. 8.3, request for governing board review and approval of contract language for the 2022-23 school year for all certificated and administrative employees of Tucson Unified. Dr. Trujillo.
President Grijalva, board members, as a yearly practice, we always bring the contract language forward before you're asked to vote on any positions or any people or any salaries. We always just give you a look at the actual contract language for all of our employees according to the association that they belong to. So before you, you've got a variety of contracts, TEA, TDRA, TDRB, the ELI contracts for site administrators and research, and all of the members of ELI. You've also got the non-bargaining unit, you've got the superintendent leadership team, you've got the return to work. So there's a lot of contracts here, and we're happy to go through any of them. Here to talk us through it is Renee Hoyser. We don't have any substantive changes other than dates, which is my understanding, right?
Yeah, that was what I was looking through. Most of the red lines that I saw really were just a change from 2021-22 to 22-23. Is there any other change that you'd like to highlight, Ms. Hoyser?
Thank you, President Grijalva. Yes, the only other change that we made was we added counselors to the RTW contract. Previously, only teachers were able to come back and work as a retiree. Last year, we opened that up to our counseling staff as well, so we've added counselors to that contract language.
Okay, great. Any questions, board members, or do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. And that was Ms. Luna Rose or Ms. Counts?
Ms. Luna Rose.
Ms. Luna Rose. I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now we're on study information items 9.1, and please vote online. Board members, 9.1, expenditure update. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, governing board members, President Grijalva, this is the last item of the evening. I'd like to welcome Renee Weatherless, our Executive Director for Finance, to review the expenditure report for the previous month. Ms. Weatherless?
Dr. Trujillo, good evening, President Grijalva, members of the governing board and staff. I am here to present our monthly expenditure update through the month of December. We'll take a minute for that to come up, but basically, we're trending pretty steadily. Been before you every single month, and we watch these numbers change as our actuals have continued to increase. Our expected encumbrances and projected expenditures have continued to decrease. You want to go ahead and jump to slide 2. And what I mean here is if you look at the M&O line, the fund type at the top, you will see that second to the right column, that balance. This is the budget balance of what right now we're looking at being unexpended by the end of the year. You've seen $1 million, you've seen $2 million. Well, as the right-hand column, vacant positions, what that is salaries only. This does not include benefits, but we talked a lot about the struggles we've had in hiring positions and how much we have in vacancies. So let's just, for conversation's sake, say none of those positions were filled through the rest of the year. With every passing month, you will see that vacancy number decline, and you'll start seeing that balance, that budget balance increase. So that's why you're going to continue seeing these numbers being reported every single month. Other than that, if you look at all of the totals of the grants, there's not too much, anything significant that's bouncing out from prior month, November to December. Next slide is the breakout of M&O between M&O capital between DSEG and non-DSEG. Here, DSEG is always projected to be spent by the end of the year because whatever is underspent, we have a reallocation process in place for that. So for now, we're projecting those dollars to be spent, and the remaining non-DSEG dollars are just a continuation of what you saw on the prior slide. The next slide is just our monthly breakout of actual expenditures. So these are bills that are actually being paid. They're in the year-to-date numbers, and you get to see how our spending is changing with all the different spending categories across all the different funding sources. Go ahead and go 2 slides, please, and we will get to our fund balances. So again, here, I will note that what you have seen is a change in community schools. So this one, when we started the year, we were watching our revenue sources and seeing where we would go with our projected expenditures. Throughout this year, we have seen those numbers just continually to increase. And the reason being is because we have some grant monies this year to be able to offset some of those expenditures. So at this point in time, we don't see an entire negative category under community schools. Other than that, M&O is changing, but that's just based on the balance that you saw on slide 1. It went up the same amount as expenditures, as the budget balance changed. And then the next 2 slides, please. On this one, we are looking at our estimates for classroom spending. This one is our year-to-date, so on the right 4 columns. You're seeing the total dollars we spent year-to-date on instruction and what that represents as a percent of all the dollars eligible for this calculation, and we did increase. So we were about 52% last month through November, and now you're starting to see all of the expenditures increase as ESSER dollars get spent, etc. So our year-to-date through December, we are sitting at 54.6. When you factor in what do we have in encumbrances and open POs, etc., that does bring that number down, but we'll just continue to watch it. All in all, if you look at the subtotal of instruction, student support and instructional support, you can see both in the year-to-date and the projected at the end, we are still trending upward, and that's been a positive trend for our district. The next slide is just the cumulative that I provide for you every month, and then I moved the information slides on what goes into this report to the back. So that basically concludes my presentation, and I will take any questions you may have.
Board members, questions? Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see any. Thank you very much. All right, so we have come to the end of our meeting. Future meeting dates and agenda items. Board members? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I'd like to put on a future agenda the formation of a board committee consisting of parents, community members, and staff to monitor the public health risks in the district, analyze the data, as well as come up with a consistent and effective policy to respond to COVID-19 outbreaks and any pandemic that may arise in the future.
Thank you. Dr. Trujillo, did you have anything for
just upcoming agenda items, February 8th. Some of the feature items, we'll be bringing forward our proposal for employee benefits for the upcoming year. We also, on February 8th, will feature a state of the state on all of our ESSER funds, review the first distribution, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3, the state of our funding, the state of our expenditures, encumbered funds versus unencumbered, what we have available, what we're projecting. So give you the full detail about all 3 distributions of ESSER. And then we'll have an update regarding our compression package, be able to have an update from the item that we pulled this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. Thanks for your attention. Please stay safe. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Good. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you.